And that microphone is on. Welcome everyone, glad to have you all on board. And, okay, so the mystery volcano, people are looking a little bit stumped already. And I am going to throw in another comment here, or a hint. I'm going to hint at what this volcano is. And anyone who's talked to me about the travels, one fish, what do you mean you're stumped? You're not eligible to guess. I was within 110 miles of this volcano, or 170 kilometers. How about that? For a hint. That's a good hint. I think 110 miles or 170 kilometers. That should be a good hint for those people. Hi, Piggy. Nice to see you, Piggy. And welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And is that orbital height? I am not going to tell you, Henry. I'm not going to tell you what the actual... actually, you know, now that you mention orbital height, I might have been a little bit closer. Hang on, let me think about that. You know what? Actually, I think I was closer than that. I was actually, I think, within about 7 kilometers of it, or about 5 miles. Now that you mention it there, Henry. But on ground, I was within 110 miles. How about that? 170 kilometers. I gotta keep that to a level surface. Otherwise, it's gonna really confuse people because, yeah, it's gonna be tough for them to figure that out if I say I was within 5 miles or 5 kilometers. Oh. Lizoid, careful, careful. Anyway, for what airline? Circle or routes? Yeah, sure. Chicky was the first person in today, so Chicky gets the cookies. There you go. And anyway, welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is 6 degrees Celsius. No, not a heat wave. It's supposed to be spring. We still have lots of snow on the ground. I don't believe it's 6. I think it's more like about 3 or 4, but that's beside the point. And you're watching VolcanoX live stream. So there we go. And let's get at things and say hi to everyone. First off, hello to our wonderful moderators. Arizona Snowman hiding somewhere. Piggy is in the house. Welcome, Piggy. Glad to have you on board, and nice to see you. Is your little bird still sitting on those eggs? I hope she is. And our other moderators will be, let's see, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, C&D Boy, Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas. Yep, tight. Ooh, good. That's a good sign, Piggy. I like that. Speaking of not so warm, I'm closing my window a bit. I had that open for a while there. Hopefully that is better. We won't get quite as much background noise either. She's got 5 eggs now. Oh, cool. That is awesome. Johnny, send me 5 degrees, please. I need a little bit more heat here. It's too darn cold. That'll bring it up to, let's see, that'll bring it up to about 6 or 7 Celsius if I get 5 degrees Fahrenheit. That'll be better. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and glad to have you all on board. Of course, like I said, we've got that top secret volcano on here. and we know where it is. And of course, it's already been Googled by OneFish26, who thinks he knows where it is, but we'll leave that be. Let's leave this on here for a minute while I say hi to everyone. Keeps quiet on heat, LOL. Okay, cool. Or warm or cool. Delivers a 5 Fahrenheit. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate that. 53 Fahrenheit. Pretty warm. Sarah, that's actually not bad. I wish it was that here. That's not that warm, but I wish it was here. Here. I wrapped up those 5 degrees in tinfoil to keep them hot for you. Thanks, Johnny. And we'll say hi to everyone. So welcome to Johnny first. Sarah Miles is also here. Kevin Williams on board. Tanto from France. Good to have you here. Did I say Sarah Miles? I think I did. Henry Nelson with his 2005 modem. Welcome. Who's causing all kinds of grief on the internet. And of course, Hermione and Fluffy and Chicky, who got the cookies. And scrolling upward, looking for, we got a Lizoid saying must be in Central America. Let's see. Sue Hayes is on board. OneFish26 is here. And I got the Sarah Miles. Susie is here. Welcome, Susie. We got Tanto already. Got Lizoid already. Henry Nelson. Orbital height, huh? Yeah, if I... no, I'm talking ground height. I shouldn't have mentioned anything about the orbital thing. I should have just stuck to my ground height. And that's too much of a hint. And Grandma B, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Aloha to Kathy. Good to see you back. We got Sarah, Susie, yep. Sue, Henry, we got. Alright, going up looking for more names. And Johnny, we got already 4 times. Still scrolling up, looking for others. And let's see, Henry is in there lots, and so is that Johnny guy. Kevin Williams, okay, we got you already. Echo the bot. Yep, looking at the volcano upside down. That is, I think maybe tomorrow I'm going to do that. Is we'll throw one in upside down and really mess everybody up. Amelia, welcome. And maybe I should just carve it up into a puzzle and then you guys can really try. Let's see what happens here. I think it's bad enough for most people already just looking at the picture, let alone trying to figure out a puzzle piece. We got Lucas in here again. Welcome, Lucas. Good to have you back. And who else we got? Still scrolling upward. And Dan is in the house. Dan, welcome. Where's your wife? Your wife's not here yet, Dan. And scrolling up, looking to see if I see anyone else. Nope, nobody else. That's it. We don't see Dan's wife. Kate is here though, and welcome, Kate. And did I miss anyone else on the bottom? One over Yellowstone. No Yellowstone. Speaking of Yellowstone, we had a bunch of quakes in the Yellowstone Lake. That could be scary, huh? Yeah, so volcano news. Let's see, what do we got for news? Yeah, we got some quakes in Yellowstone's lake, and that is kind of scary. I don't know if, let's see if we can bring that up real quick. and make everybody kind of go, hmm. So, yeah. Uh-oh, I'm going to sneeze. Lake Yellowstone. Let's bring that up first off. And everybody can look. And there's Yellowstone National Park. Of course, if we zoom out, you can see the park area there. And if we zoom in and look at all those wonderful little quakes, a whole swarm. And yep, Yellowstone. No, Yellowstone's not going to blow. But it could. What do you think about that? So yeah, lots of quakes in there. And what? Krakatoa? Krakatoa? No, it's this is a Yellowstone in North America at Yellowstone National Park. Unfortunately, Yellowstone's camera is not working, so we can't bring that up. But yeah, it's just odd to see all that. Tom Dice and Pepper, I will be lurking and driving home. No worries, Tom. Drive safely. And yeah, and that is kind of amazing that we're seeing. I don't know how many quakes there are. I don't even want to count them, but there's a lots there. If we close that, does it tell me on there? 88 quakes on the map. So 88 in that area already. So that's quite a few. Looks like 2.1 is about the biggest. Hang on, this one might be bigger. 3.7. And that is a fair size. 2.4. 2.7. Yeah, so 3.7 seems to be the biggest one, unless this one's bigger. 3.1, no. So yeah, a few quakes there, and that is very interesting to start the show out with. So no, I don't think Yellowstone's going to blow, for those who are thinking about that, but you never know. We could have an eruption of some sort. Anything is possible. The one thing that I do kind of want to mention, if looking at some of these quakes, I'm just looking at the depths, and we're seeing 2 kilometers, 3, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers down, and the list goes on. So between about 1.8 and about 5.3 kilometers is the deepest that we're going. And that's not deep enough to get to the magma chamber. 7 kilometers is a little bit deeper. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that looks like about there. Yeah, they're all kind of in that same area. So between about 1.8 at the shallowest and 7.2 kilometers down at the deepest. So from what I understand, that magma chamber underneath there is a lot further down. So very shallow means magma intrusion maybe? No. That magma would have had to start further down and work its way up, and it would have had to start at about 20, 25, 30 kilometers down and start working its way up. So I don't believe that we're going to see any eruption. Just kind of a freak thing, but hey, one never knows. One never knows. I'm not going to write anything down saying this way or the other way. It is what it is, so we'll leave that be, but just want to make everyone aware. In other words, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just showing you what we've got. My hypothesis on it is that we're just seeing some ground movement or deformation of the ground underneath there. Don't know if that really means anything. We'll see what the future brings. Anyway, Yeah, let's get on to things though. And Mariano, welcome. Good to have you on board. Let's get over to Iceland right off the bat and see if we can make that a little bigger. And there is our lovely Iceland capital city, Reykjavik. Looks like some raindrops or something on the camera lens. And if we go back a little bit, about 9 hours to check out the day, we do see what it looked like. Yep, rainy. They had a rainy day there, so at least it's not snowing. That would be a little bit odd or off. It wouldn't be odd, but just not what they want. Back to live for that one. We'll make that small again, go to the next one and make that one bigger. This, of course, is the regional airport there. And we'll get to about the 9 hour ago mark as well. So roughly the same time zone. And yeah, you can see those rain clouds all over the place. And looks like some of the tarmac is wet indeed. Our airplane's still sitting there. They're not in a hurry to go anywhere. And maybe that'll help turn some of this very brown grass and green. And that would be nice. So we'll see if they get some warmer temperatures there in the near future. Let's have a look at our other places there in Iceland. And of course, this is our wonderful shot from, and it looks like it's raining, the shot from over by the lighthouse. And you can see over here is the lights from Grindavik and the 2 radio towers, and of course the geothermal power plant right there. If we go back about 9 hours, gives you a fair shot at what it looks like there. And let's see, there we go. Yep, raining. And can't see off in the distance. We do see our geyser still steaming away. The other geyser, too hard to tell if it's doing anything. We definitely see the geothermal power plant has got some steam coming out of it as well. So that is what's happening there. More of that snow has melted, which is good. And hard to see, but you can barely see the just the top crest of Ragnar in that shot. Very, very hard to see though because of the clouds and rain and stuff like that. And let's put that one back on live, make it small, go to our next one, and we'll make that one big and see if we can spot anything there. And that might be hard to get anything on that screen. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. It doesn't look like rain, looks more like snow over there. Rain right here where the camera is though. And if we go a little bit further or back towards our real time, yeah, more rain. Definitely a rainy day. So no view of Katla today, unfortunately. And just some real heavy water bubbles, droplets on the camera. And yep, that the wind must be blowing that drop around real good. Yeah, it's like a water bug. Anyway, likely snow up on Katla rather than rain because it is a little higher elevation. Almost see through that mess, but yeah, it looks like it's snowing over there. So anyway, that is getting close to evening time there. We'll put that back to small and back to live, and we will head over to our next thing. Pumpkins. No pumpkins. Where are you seeing pumpkins, mister? Let me get over to our harmonic tremors here. Gonna refresh that real quick. And there is our harmonic tremor chart for today. We did see yesterday a fair sized uptick. And I was watching it earlier going, yay, it's going up. And then around noonish, or just before noon, it decided to change pace and go back down. So, yeah, magmatic stuff up fairly well. Seismatic did increase or move upward as well, and our tectonic area, if you want to call it that, is holding steady. So, yeah, not gonna be able to guess at what might be happening there. This was common to all the other areas as well. I'm not going to check the ASTIA sensor, it doesn't work. Here is a good example, this next one. You can actually see it's pretty much common for that area as well. Let's take a look at Grimsey, that of course being way up in the northern portions, northernmost sensor on this system. We see it did have a little bit of an uptake, holding steady though, and our tectonic holding steady, but they did have a couple quakes in there, definitely noticeable by the double spike right here, and then some little guys as well that might have been in the area. Taking a look at the one from Grindavik, we see kind of a very similar image to what we see at Krakatoa, of course. And the only other one we want to really check on here is, of course, our one from Kristevik. Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Krakatoa, whereas Kristevik is to the northeast. And very similar pattern, maybe a little bit more exaggerated in the magmatic one here, and kind of, I guess, yeah, about the same. Really just showing it at a different level on the chart here. But yep, it's pretty much all it is. Not too much partying. Yeah, she's going to big shindig Friday evening. She's got to have a time off. Oh, hang on. She's doing her MRI. Yeah, Piggy's got to get that MRI done. Again, another one. And hopefully they'll be able to figure out exactly what's going on. Anyway, I'm putting this one back on the Krakatoa chart, so we can kind of see there, and we'll leave that be. We're going to go over and have a look at our earthquakes, and we see 57 earthquakes for today, and looks like things have eased up a little bit down here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We don't see anything at Katla yet. I'm guessing that by tomorrow we'll see a whole bunch because of that rain, and it looks like we may have something happening there at Grimsvatn and Bardabunga. So that is interesting. And of course, the biggest one up here is that 2.91. I was looking at the other maps, and the one on the Volcano World map showed it as a magnitude 5, and I thought, what the heck are they talking about? And then I looked around to see if there was another one up north here. I couldn't see one, and I thought that was a little odd. Everybody else had it at 2.9-ish or somewhere around the 3, but not a 5. So interesting to see. Anyway, let's have a look here, and of course we'll zoom in here first. There's the lighthouse, and the other camera would be somewhere down here around that lighthouse. They did have that 0.7 there, 5.6 kilometers down. 1958 was the time on it today. We do see a 1.3 out here in the water, 6.1 kilometers down, 1957 as well. And then from 1220 we had a 0.78 and 3.98 kilometers down for that guy. And of course, looking at the Reykjanes Peninsula, just to give you an idea, there's Keflavik Airport. the international airport. Keflavik, Rakensborg, Yardvik, and we take a look down here is Grindavik, and those two towers I pointed out, they're right there. And of course, if we slide up just a tad bit, there's your Blue Lagoon, and of course the power plant beside the Blue Lagoon in that area. So that kind of gives you a good idea where we're at. The outline here, that is our Fraganalfjall area, and of course this is where Ragnar is, and the Siggy Fisher and Meridalier Valley and all that nice stuff. So let's back out a little bit and see what else we got cooking here. We got a 0.5, and that came in at 1844, 3.2 kilometers down. This one here, right on that little peninsula, a 0.63 kilometers down from 1758. Where'd that other one go? Another 0.6 up here from 1834. It came in 6.4 kilometers down. Then we have a group of 3 or 4, 1.7, 4.9 kilometers down, and that is 1352. And then, what is it, a 1.7? Oh, we got that guy. How about this guy? A 0.3, 1353, and 4.5 kilometers down, and a 0.2, 4.8 kilometers down from 1512, and a 1.1, 4.1 kilometers down, 1550, or 1355, sorry. And we see a couple up north here. 1:38 a.m. we had a 0.78, 7 kilometers down, and a 1.6, 4.4 kilometers down from 1935. And moving on, a 0.8, 7.6 kilometers down, 1414 was the time on that guy. This next one, 0.2, very small, 7.6 kilometers down from 2121. From 1934, we had a 0.3, 1.1 kilometers down, and this one a 0.99, and almost a 1, 8.44 kilometers down from 1156. That's Hekla over there, so you know. So not too far away from Hekla. And now over here to this other group of stuff. This one at Grimsvatn, 1.15, 7.1 kilometers down from 2:51 a.m. Next one is 1.31, 2.6 clicks down from 12:52. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. That is Bardabunga over there. And a magnitude 1, 4.9 kilometers down from 12:52. And the other one there from 1.37 in magnitude, 6.4 kilometers down, 12:35 was the time on it. Nothing at Askja. And we keep moving up. We see a 1.2, 13.1 clicks down, 9:57. And 0.48, 1.8 kilometers down, 6:15 for him. Fairly fresh, 0.7, 3.3 kilometers down from 2039. There we go. From 2127, we had a 0.1, 3.5 clicks down. Another 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down, 10 a.m. There's a couple stacked here. A 0, 5.2 kilometers down from 946. And at 10 a.m. we had a 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down for him. A 0.7, 8.5 kilometers down from 1407. And let's see, what else we got here? A latest one, or the one with the red dot. 2203 is the time on that. A 0.7, 5.5 kilometers down for him. A 1.1, 5.2 clicks down. And that is from 1442. Piggy says, thank you, Dr. Fox. We love your stream. Thank you, Piggy. I appreciate that. You're a very kind person. Thanks for that wonderful super chat. And I'm glad you love the stream. I like it too. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. Thanks kindly, Piggy. I appreciate it. And let's go to this one, 0.78, 9.3 kilometers down from 1028. 0.9, 5.5 kilometers down, 1706. 1.12 and 9.6 kilometers down from 6 minutes after 5 a.m. This one on the southwest side of Grimsey, 2:11 a.m. and it was a 1.26 and 8.99 kilometers down. Then this mess, and we see a bunch of them in here. Not going to hit every one, but just get some depths. 5.2 clicks down for 0.3, 302, or 1302 was the time on that. This one, 1600, 0.5, 5.2 clicks down, 0.6 from 1351, 5.2 clicks down, 0.1, 5.2 clicks down, 1401, 1.8 from 5.6 kilometers down, 1415, 1.1 over here, 5.1 clicks down from 1259, and maybe we will get them all. 1.07, 7.2 kilometers down, 9:59 a.m. 1.5, 5.3 kilometers down, 14:35. 1.4, 5.2 kilometers down, 16:04. And 1.2, 5.3 kilometers down, 13:17. 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 13:48. 1.1, 5.2 kilometers down from 13:52. And 1.2, 5.4 kilometers down from 18:16. 0.72 and 9.6 kilometers down at 10:07 a.m. We got a 1.6, 12.1 kilometers down, and that came in at, let's see, I just got an email that got in my way here. It's a break time, yep. We'll do the rest of these real quick. I'm not going to do them all, but 1701, 1.6, 12 kilometers down. The biggest one, of course, was that 2.91, 9.7 kilometers down from 957. And we'll check this one up here, 1.23, 9.6 clicks down from 1023. So it gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on up there. It's really nothing, it's a more tectonic movement, if anything. So that would have created that large spike, or the double spike we've seen on our harmonic tremor chart. And that's about it. So anyway, it is time for a break, you guys. We'll get rid of that banner, and I'll let that run. It wasn't me. No, I know it wasn't you. I'll take a look who the culprit was. Bill, Byron, and Doc, I give my best. I got breakthrough. Oh, okay. And Billy Bob, Joe. He's got some pains, so best thoughts going out to Billy Bob Joe. You take care, Billy Bob Joe, and hopefully that will ease up for you. Anyway, you guys, time for me to take a break, so hang around, lots more to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. If you're enjoying it so far, please do hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're sitting on the sidelines, consider hitting the subscribe button if you haven't done that. And don't forget about the bell notification. And on that hand, I'm going for a break. I'll be back. Here comes some music to entertain you while I'm away. And think about that volcano that I showed earlier. And there we go, microphone is back on. Welcome and welcome back, everyone, and glad to have you all on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy saying, welcome back, a fabulous Dr. Fox. You were gone so long, I forgot what you sounded like. Piggy, dear. Oh, thank you. And thank you, Sue and Tanto and Susie, and hi to Trek 15, and thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And yeah, Hermione, I didn't realize they put that long of ads on the stream. That is incredible. If it's over 40 minutes long, that is just wild. I never knew that. So that's very interesting. Anyway, welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board here. And let's see. What am I going to do? Oh, I wanted to pause this lovely lava for a second. And I like being able to stop a volcano in mid-tracks. You need to record telling the story so I can sleep. Oh, I need you recorded telling a story so I can go to sleep. Okay. Well, I don't know what kind of story you want me to tell you, Piggy. We'll have to come up with something. I'll have to get a decent story for Piggy. Just wanted to bring this to light here. We did have a 2.2 quake that just happened there in Iceland. Just to the north of Eyjafjallajökull, and that of course is in Suðurland, just so you know where it is, and that's two names you can't pronounce. Oh, I'm just showing off, guys. Eyjafjallajökull, right there. Anyway, a little bit of fun. The three little piggies yeah, went out into the forest and decided to build a house. No, hang on. We can't do stories like that. Let's keep going with what we're doing here. And keep at the volcano stuff. I haven't really had a look there in the Azores. I wanted to see what was going on. Of course, that is our wonderful São Jorge, or São Jorge, if I say it in Portuguese. One of the little towns right there, and of course the harbor. Weather conditions are really rough. You can't see Pico Island across the way. Real fast shot at the little cove here, seeing a little bit of white water. I don't know how rough the ocean was, but I know it was raining there earlier and stuff like that, so not very nice weather. Taking a look at the earthquakes, we don't see anything for the last 3 days. This last one came in on the 26th on the island. And if we take a look at the other map real quick, I'm going to refresh that one and we'll see what they show. They're showing a 2.7, so let's take a look and see where that is. And there's the East Azores Ridge going through Terceira. And there it is, 6 hours ago, 2.72 kilometers down, 1732 was the time on it. And so that is the only one there. So that is all right. We'll carry on. I play old streams and fall asleep. The next one starts, but in between I wake up. That's not good, Piggy. Anyway, yeah, all good. Okay, next place to visit. Let's go to this thing. It's called Popocatépetl. And Popocatépetl, of course, is doing its wonderful things. Let me get on the right screen, or left screen, or it looks like it's raining there at Popocatépetl too. And that's not so good. If we can back up a little bit though, and we do see that at 342 still quite a bit of pluming coming out of this. most of the snow is melted off of it. It is raining in the area, so that is not a surprise. And as we keep going, Popocatépetl, of course, is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. If we go back a little bit earlier, you see a little bit more of that snow. Oh, what they do to me. Okay, they wrecked it. Anyway, they put that extra 4 hours on, that's why. There we go, you can see it off-gassing fairly heavily, and that basically kept on going. There were some larger eruptions, but Popocatépetl seems to be continuing its stream of activity as of late, and doesn't matter where I go back to, we see quite a bit of steam and smoke and everything else coming out of it, and it is almost continuous as I'm going back in time here, and kind of wild to see that actually. You know, this volcano has certainly picked up. Here's a morning shot. I'm giving you a little bit more of a nice view, and let's fix that up. There we go. And yeah, nice to see the golden colors of sunshine in the morning. I guess it didn't really put it back far enough. It just changed what frame rate it was at, 320, or sorry, 360 to, or 460, 480 down to 360. I don't know why it does that. I mean, it's already low enough as is. Why change it? And that's something to do with YouTube. I don't know why they do that. Anyway, that's kind of what we were seeing. 5:42 a.m. We'll put that back on live. I will show you a short little video, only 1 minute long. So here it is from yesterday. 21:49 is roughly the start time to that. It is a time lapse, but I think it's only going at about 4 times the regular speed. And this is the only pop that I really seen last night. And there it is, and you can see the lovely lava coming out of there, and you know, bacon bits. That's what we've got. So just a short little video to show you those little bacon bits as they popped out, and we kind of like that. That was interesting looking, so pretty awesome. And really not much else going on in that area, and you can see a little bit of that extra lava splash in the caldera there, but no more came out, unfortunately. And that was the video. So back to a live scene, and if we go to the other ones, we don't see a heck of a lot. And of course, moving on, taking a look at our next volcano down the road a little bit. This is Volcano Gray special, and that was, well, we didn't see it till early in the morning, and apparently they had an update to do. A Windows update, no comprende actualization la positivo something or other. I don't understand. Anyway, no habla español. There you go. That was the early morning scene, and it wasn't shortly after that that it was in the clouds, and that so that was out of the clouds at 6:15, and by about 6, oh, here comes the clouds, 6:27, it was gone. And no more all day long. They did update it though, so that's all good. And that is what we are looking at right now, live. And yeah, Volcano Gray. Actually, it's Cloud Gray. Moving a little further down, we take a look at Messiah Volcano, and that is what it looked like at 1336. I don't know what it looks like right now. Still very smoky, And that is the caldera, of course. Normally you can see some lava down in the bottom here if all that smoke is clear, but it is doing what it's doing. So not much we can get around there. Next one is our Merapi. I did have to change to these guys for Merapi today. The other one wasn't working anymore, so the one with the big banners in the middle of everything, their stream was off, so we couldn't see what was going on. And although they had better shots of the lava, we do have some of those lava streams. You can see them on the thermal as well as the coming down the hill there. Not too much in this spot, so let's back that up a little bit more and see. I think that might have been, this is the wrong side of the crater to be looking at. We do see it here though. That is pretty nice, and coming down there. And if we go back a little bit further, we do see a little bit of an eruption, and you can see it sliding down the hill. So definitely some bacon visible, but not with the close-up cam view that we had previously. I'll definitely be trying to see if we can get that going for tomorrow. Oh look, the volcano's flashing signals at us from the bottom left camera. That is neat. Anyway, that was one of the bigger ones, and I'm not sure if there was too much else happening there. There was obviously multiple eruptions happening from Merapi, but you know, we could go on for days and days and days trying to see what it's done. So anyway, we'll leave it there for now. Make that one smaller again, and go to our next one. Unfortunately, that one too not looking so good, and of course that is Ruapehu there in New Zealand, and the Ruapehu is hiding in the clouds. Winter is coming, and they've got snow over there or something, and there it is zoomed in, and we can't see a darn thing other than clouds. So that unfortunately is not going to help us much. Let's go to this next chart here. This is for Taupo, since we don't get to see Ruapehu. We'll go a little further north, and there's your chart for Taupo. Let's make this bigger, and you can see the activity. We did have a spike, but it leveled back off again. So whatever it was in there, it had a little bit of a tremor down below. Not sure if that is right in the lake or if that was something else that was causing it. But definitely a little bit of activity there, but nothing too serious. And Sue, I can tell you it was not Morse code. I would have been able to read it. Being a ham radio operator, I am able to read Morse code. And there we go. There's the lake, very windy there at Taupo Lake. And yeah, you can see those clouds way in the back there. That is where Ruapehu is, unfortunately. But the caldera is the entire lake for Taupo. The center is somewhere out there in the water, just past this post. The rough center. Yeah, I guess it depends on what you're looking for, but well beyond that spit going out here. So further out into the distance. Anyway, beautiful shot of the lake though, and we do like that. And we'll leave that be. And this shot, of course, courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and a Conference Center there in Taupo. And my screen has changed for some reason. Oh, hang on, we can make that a little bit bigger. There we go. There you can see more. And hey, it's a Coca-Cola truck. Don't come here. I want Pepsi. Huh. Okay, and that is all good. And yeah, I'll leave it as that for this guy, and we'll move over to our next one. And that one is showing up, and that is built itself a little bit of a cloud on top. And yeah, widescreen. Actually, that is an extremely wide screen for that shot, Susie, or Sarah, sorry. If I showed the whole screen, I'd have to crop the shot a little bit. Yeah, not bad looking up there. We do like the quality today of the picture, nice and focused. And if we go back in time a little bit, we do see Samaru is kind of getting a bunch of a cloud on top. Unfortunately, ooh, they're really zooming in here. Let's take a look and see where they started that. Where was that? Hang on, I'm trying to find it. They were zoomed right in. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's go right here. And they zoomed right in. Look at those clouds. You can see everything in there now. That is awesome. Right in there, that's that path. It's changed. It used to go down the other side and move over, and it's filled up over here. That is pretty cool. Love looking at close-ups like this, and this is pretty awesome. And I see we're getting close to the break, but let's see what they've got going on. Ooh, they're zooming right in. Can we see people? No people, but we can certainly see rocks. There's rocks on that volcano. Those are new rocks, and some interesting lava slide areas. Very awesome. Nice camera shot. I gotta love it. And unfortunately, it'd be nicer if we'd seen live bacon flowing down there at that point in time. And there you can see that a rock. It kind of has to pivot around that. And that is pretty cool. But you know, if you get a big enough blast of lava, that rock will get killed, and he'll end up coming down the hill. You'll be in the Lurkers Lounge, but you'll be here? That doesn't make sense. If you're in the Lurkers Lounge, you're not here. Oh boy, Bob. Anyway, that looked pretty good. I like that zoom in shot. Let's go back in time a little bit and see if we see any lava puffing out of here. Yeah, we just well, see a puff. I got my laptop window open and we'll be here. Okay. I got my window open and I am here. It's okay, Bob. Enjoy whatever you're doing there in the Lurkers Lounge, and peel some potatoes. The wife wants those done right away. All good. Anyway, don't mind me bugging you, Bob. Just get those potatoes done. Let's see if we can get this. There was a fairly good one here. And let's see if we can get to it. There it is. I want to see if there's glowy stuff coming out of there. Nah, too much cloud in the way. I was hoping to see like some bursting lava, but unfortunately not. And here you can see that path. You know, here again, this is where it changes course, goes down the other side, and then changes course again. Yeah, I don't see any lava coming out of there. She wants to watch Big Brother got to what? To good grief. Oh, Big Brother? Don't know what that is. That's all right. I won't hold that against you there, Bob. And let's see. What the heck is that? That is weird looking. Oh, those are bugs. I was wondering what that was, flying by at different angles. Okay, while that's happening, let's put on this video here. I did make a little time lapse of this one today as well, from earlier this morning, or actually from last night, technically this morning for me, but this was just a little bit of a time lapse of showing how it was puffing, and nothing major, just a few little bursts here and there, and I thought it was kind of neat. So that's from about 9 p.m. to about midnight that we did that, and 9 p.m. their time to midnight their time. And little puffs, yeah, that's all it was doing. Nothing really super fantastic, not like what Merapi was putting out, certainly, but it was definitely there. And we'll see if we can get that other one loaded up later. Anyway, I do know it is about break time. Pardon me. And we will take that break right away as soon as this video finishes. We'll get you back over to our wonderful lava on the other screen, and then we'll go from there. This does end with a little bit of a better one at the end, or right at the end of it, so we'll let that play out. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show and you feel we've earned it. And also, I want to mention, if after the break, we'll definitely have some bacon seeds coming up. For those who don't know what they are, you will find out. And on those notes, we'll kind of say, hey, stick around and see what happens. And here comes the last little burst out of this thing. Should be, there it is. No, there. That's it. All right. So that's pretty cool. We'll turn that off and let you watch the weird space flies doing its thing. I wonder if that thing gets paid by the mile or something. Wow. Talk about loop-de-loops. Yep, and they definitely got some weird bugs there. Somebody ought to give them a flight path route. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll put you back onto lovely lava from Siggy Fisher. It is break time, Piggy. I'm doing that. And don't go away, you guys. And there's more to come. Going to turn the little banner on the bottom here so you know where that is from. And fireflies, no, fireflies, these ones are just being lit up by the IR light. The fireflies actually have a little glowy thing on the tail. But anyway, I'm going for that break. Don't go away, and hit that like button if you haven't done that. And I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes with bacon seeds. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Of course, what's on the screen is Siggy Fisher from last year, and pretty awesome to see that. And Piggy, listen to my voice. You are falling asleep, and you need to look deep into that volcano. See that lava splashing? Fall asleep, Piggy, and just close your eyes now and listen to my voice. You're getting very, very tired. You want to fall asleep, Piggy. Your eyes are very heavy. It's a time for you to sleep. When you hear me say sleep, you will go to sleep, Piggy. Sleep. No, Peggy. Sleep. Rolled and stuffed and grilled. Holy mackerel. You rolled the tiger and stuffed it and grilled it? Oh my God, C&D boy, that is just horrible. Let's get over and see some bacon seeds. Where's my stop button on the lava? Got to get the stop button on the lava. There we go. Stopped it. All right, now we can go over bacon seeds. And there's the last one from yesterday that Piggy sent. Of course, she sends nice bacon seeds every day. And there she is sending some new ones. And always catching her in the same position. Anyway, here's the first one of today, and that's got a smiley look on his face. Gotta love it. And that is a Holstein pig, obviously, by the coloration. Cow pig, yeah, Holstein cow, and cow pig. Awesome. And let's go to our next one. I love that pig of Piggy working her laptop for us. Yeah, it is pretty cool. And James Bong, did anyone win the mystery volcano cookies yet? We haven't done that yet, James. We will do that after bacon seeds. And don't you worry, we'll get it done. And the hint was that I was within 110 miles, or about 170 kilometers, of that volcano on ground. I may have been within 5 kilometers or 6 kilometers above it, but that doesn't count. And certainly not while it was erupting. Sorry. Next, the bacon seed is these two friendly fellows looking at each other, smiling, and I like them. They are cute. Sue is cut out again. No, Sue is not cut out. She can watch, or she can guess at this one. She has nothing to do with the selection for that one. And nice looking bacon seeds. And here's the next one. And that little guy looks like he's getting ready to go to sleep. He's a very tired little piggy. And piggies like to sleep. Sleep, little piggy. That's directed at our wonderful piggy. No, my phone. All right. Let's go to the next one. And that is this little guy. Neat looking trotters. He's got some very fine colors and a nice smile on there. And they cut him off a little bit in the front and the back, though. Could have pulled out just a tad bit in that picture and got his tail and his nose. It's a short pig, I guess. And next bacon seed is this one. And that is always interesting kind. That one is out laughing at the fact that the other one got chopped short. And that is a bad pig. All right. Let's take a look at the next one. We will take a look at this one. And alright, I don't know what's going on here with the different color under his chin. It looks a little funny there, yellow and a red snout. I hope he's okay. He definitely looks like he's healthy enough as far as the belly is full, and that is pretty awesome. And next bacon seed is this smiley guy, and loves smiling at everybody. Nice and clean and happy looking little bacon seed, and looks good. And our last bacon seed for today, and that is this one. And if you don't like bacon seeds, this one is letting you know exactly how this bacon seed feels about that. Sticking its tongue out. Bleh. And there you go. Yep, a little meanie is sticking his tongue out. Yeah, I have my phone back. The ad is off it. Oh, okay. Awesome, Hermione. How long was that ad? I'm curious, because that is interesting, and you didn't skip it, eh? So that should make me at least like $20 or something. Probably more like 10 cents, but that's usually what it is for a long ad. A few hours? Wow, that's too long. You know, that's a whole documentary, and that's not a short little ad. I don't know. I personally object to something like that. What? Uh-oh. Okay. Anyway, let's get back over. We're going to take a look at the secret volcano. That was the last bacon seed, by the way. I gotta stop this lava flow again. It starts up automatically, so pause. There we go. All right, there we go. Secret volcano. Oh, that's not the secret volcano. How about that one? And let's get rid of the other banner here. There we go. All right, so guesses at the secret volcano, and we'll let you guys guess, and it'll be interesting. You'll probably want to know when that erupted. No, Sue, it's not Pacaya. Sorry. Definitely not Pacaya. Pacaya. It's not Mayon. No, it is not Mayon. Any other guesses? Or do I have to give another hint out? Oh boy. They're stumped. They're stumped today. I know there's other people that know it, but okay. And my hint, no, it's not Hekla. My hint was that I was on the ground within 110 miles or 170 kilometers away from this volcano. Thor, good morning. Good to have you on board. I had it 30 minutes before the stream. Didn't look at first. Oh, okay. It's not Messiah. No, sorry, not Messiah volcano. 110 miles away from it is. I was at one point in time within 110 miles or 170 kilometers of this volcano. I may actually have flown over this volcano as well, at about 5 kilometers up. but I'm not 100% sure if I actually flew directly over it or would have been pretty close. San Cristobal. No, it is not a San Cristobal. Nope. Okay, I'll have to give you another hint. Let's see. What kind of hint can we give that is not going to give it away? Let's throw out a hint of. It's not Etna. No, sorry, Peggy. Let's say it's not in Europe or that area, not in the Mediterranean area, and it's not in Africa. Okay? I know that gives you the whole darn ring of fire still and everywhere else where most of the volcanoes are. Let's give you another clue. It's not in Indonesia. Okay, and that is another clue. Okay, we'll give you another clue since I see the answers just plowing in there. It is in the northern hemisphere. Okay, that means it is north of the equator. It is in the northern hemisphere. No, it is not Momotombo. It's not Fragravel. Where the heck is Fragravel? Fargaville? Fargaville. I have no idea where that is. No. No, it's not Momotombo for sure. Momotombo would be cool though. Maybe I should use that one. Hang on, I gotta put my glasses back on. I was cleaning them. Tungurar. No, it's not that one either, Sue. It's not JB, it's not Mount St. Helens. Okay, I'm gonna have to give you a little bit more. No, it's not Shivalish in Russia. Krakatoa, it's not Krakatoa. That's in the south of the southern hemisphere. This is in the north. And all right, let's give you a little bit more of a hint. It's technically North America. And now I got you scratching your heads. Technically North America. There are 3 countries in North America. There's Canada, there's a United States, and there is Mexico. So out of those 3 countries, it is in one of them. And that should be a big hint. Brain gone to sleep. Okay. All right. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Garibaldi? No, it is not Garibaldi. No, I've already told you this is not on Hawaii. This is not on Hawaii, okay? This is on the North American continent itself. Sir Miles, I was in the wrong country. In a kindergarten cop? Oh, I'm a cop. I'll be back. All right. Okay, I think we'll have to let you guys give up. I'm going to have to ask some of those others that do know where it is. EC, are you still here? EC, tell them which volcano this is. Mauna Loa, no. Not Popo, no. Mexico, then no. James Bong, Mexico is not a volcano. Mexico is a country. You got to get the real name of it. And it's not Stromboli. Stromboli is in Italy. This is in North America. And Andy Morgan, welcome, and good to have you on board. Vulcan D. St. Martin, no, that's not in North America. All right, I'm going to give you the hint. All right, I'm going to tell you the country it's in. It's in Mexico. Okay, I can't give you any more hints because the next one is which volcano it is. It's in Mexico, and it's not Popocatépetl. It's no, Fuego is not in Mexico. Fuego is in Guatemala, or further south. This is still part of the North American continent. And no, Cotopaxi is in Peru, and it's not part of North America either. It's in Mexico, you guys, so it's a Mexican volcano. See? Can you see his sombrero on top of his head? There you go, Sue. About time, Sue. Colima. And about a time somebody got it. And that is awesome. Okay, that was difficult trying to get an answer. There's some cookies for you, Sue. That is Colima in Peru. And let's go visit Colima just so you know where the heck it is. And we'll actually show you on the volcano map. And then we won't ever have this mistake again. Until next time. Oh, let's see if we can zoom in here and get to Colima. And okay, and let's zoom back out just a little so you can see where it is. And then we'll zoom in. And let's go to the map. And there you can see Mexico, the Baja, Mexico, and there's Guadalajara, Mexico City is right there. And we go in and zoom in. Colima is there. And of course, when I said I was within 110 miles, I was in Puerto Vallarta. And the distance to Colima right there is 110 miles or 170 kilometers, and there it is. And that is Colima. And when we click on it, we can get the information. It is 12,631 feet or 3,850 meters. And the last time that they updated anything was 17th of 22, but that photo was actually from 2015. But that is Colima. That is a very nice volcano, and we can get a little closer to the caldera, and we can actually climb right in here. And yeah, all sacrifices go off that edge. Just don't go in there, you'll fall in, and that would be a pretty nasty drop. But that's it right there, you guys. So all good. Good night, Piggy. Brain is gone, and time to go to sleep. And it's just about time for me to go take another break. Since I am going to go take a break, what I'm going to do is while I'm taking the break, instead of leaving the other thing on, I'm going to put an educational video on for you guys. And that will be the video of what I was actually going to show you yesterday, and that is the African Rift Zone. So I do have that queued up, and we'll let that play. And I'm going to take the break. And you guys can watch this video. It is quite interesting. And it's 10 minutes and 14 seconds long. It starts out with an African lady talking. She is speaking English, but she does have a very heavy African accent. So I'm going to stop talking. I will start it now, and hopefully you'll be able to hear it. I want to make sure that the volume is up for you, and it is a little bit low, so here it goes. Yes, Cynthia, there will be a test after, and the test is about how many microplates are there. Okay, and that is what the question will be. So it's an open book exam, and here comes the video. For those good people who haven't hit the like button yet, please do hit the like button. Anyway, here it goes.
On simplified world maps, the African plate is a major lithospheric plate containing Earth's second largest continent. This map of oceanic plate edges shows seafloor spreading ridges, adding new oceanic plate to the west, south, and eastern sides of the African plate. As expected, shallow earthquakes occur around the boundaries of the African plate. But why is there a band of earthquakes slicing through the eastern part of the African continent? When we go beyond the simple world view, we discover that continental rifting is breaking eastern and southern Africa into multiple plates and microplates. Observations from both earthquakes and the global navigation satellite systems have greatly advanced our understanding of tectonics in this region. Let's begin by examining how Arabia is splitting away from Africa.
In the Gulf of Aden, seafloor spreading separates the Arabian Plate from the Horn of Africa. In the Red Sea, spreading moves the Arabian Plate away from northern Africa. The differences in direction and rate of seafloor spreading require 5 millimeters per year of eastward motion of the Somalian Plate away from the Nubian Plate across the main Ethiopian rift. This rift and the two spreading ridges meet at the Afar Triple Junction. The main Ethiopian rift is the northern part of the East African Rift system that's dominated by extension with normal faults that produced Horst and Graben structures. The Great Lakes of East Africa occupy many of these downdropped valleys. Over the past 20 years, high-precision GPS surveys have determined motions of plates and microplates in this region. As GPS research continues, refinements will be made. But the following model of the East African Rift system summarizes the state of the science. Let's nail down the middle of the African continent to view plate motions with respect to the Nubian Plate. Let's also remember that plate motions are rotations of relatively thin shells along Earth's spherical surface. So, motion of the Somalian Plate is a rotation about a pivot point called the pole of relative rotation. While rotation rate is the same for all parts of the Somalian Plate, the linear rate of motion increases with distance from the pole of relative rotation. In sequence, we can visualize the relative rotations of the Somalian Plate and the Victorian, Rovuma, and the Wandel microplates with respect to the Nubian Plate. In addition, there is a slowly moving San microplate in southern Africa and a zone of distributed deformation in northern Madagascar and across the Comoros. These plates are internally rigid, but are in relative motion, so faults and resulting earthquakes are concentrated along their boundaries. The East African Rift system extends for thousands of kilometers, but the style and rate of the rifting varies along that length. Rift zones form during extension of the lithosphere. As the lithosphere rises and thins, magma rises towards the surface. Faults break the brittle crust, and Horst and Graben structures form. Volcanoes dot the rift valleys. In the south, the boundary between the Rovuma and San microplates is the Malawi Rift, where continental rifting is in an early stage, with minor crustal thinning and a few volcanoes. In the central region, the boundary between the Victoria microplate and the Nubian Plate is the Western Rift, where extension rates increase from north to south. The eastern rift is the boundary between the Victoria and Somalia plates, and extension rate increases from south to north. In this region, continental rifting is at an intermediate stage, with increased volcanic activity. Across the boundary between the Somalian and Nubian plates at the Ethiopian rift, extension is faster, and continental rifting is in a mature stage, with more volcanic eruptions. Displaying the volcanoes of the East African Rift System shows the anticipated pattern of volcanic activity increasing from south to north, along with the stage of continental rifting. With extension as the driving force of continental rifting, earthquakes are primarily caused by normal faulting along the rift margins. Animating earthquakes from 1970 to present shows a concentration along major faults of the East African Rift System, including the western and eastern branches on opposite sides of the Victoria microplate. While most of these earthquakes are caused by normal faulting, many also have components of strike-slip motion. The largest East Africa earthquake ever recorded by seismometers occurred near the Rukwa Rift Basin, east of Lake Tanganyika, on December 13, 1910. Despite very strong ground shaking in the epicentral area, this magnitude 7.3 earthquake caused little damage to the homes used by indigenous peoples and no loss of life. However, many European masonry buildings were severely damaged or destroyed. On January 10, 1928, a magnitude 7 earthquake initiated at 8 kilometers depth beneath the Subukia Valley of the Eastern Branch. Surface rupture with vertical offset reaching 2.4 meters occurred over a distance of 38 kilometers along the escarpment forming the east edge of the rift. Because of the sparse population in the epicentral area and the lightweight construction of homes used by indigenous peoples at the time, damage was minimal and no lives were lost. But modern Kenya is very different from British East Africa during the early 1900s. Metropolitan Nairobi now has a population approaching 10 million, and a major earthquake along the eastern rift nearby could have a disastrous impact. In 2016, a moderate magnitude 5.9 earthquake struck near the western shore of Lake Victoria, 200 kilometers east of the western branch. Ground shaking was light in surrounding areas, but was very strong to violent near the epicenter. At least 17 people were killed, and more than 250 injured by this earthquake that destroyed over 800 houses, leaving thousands homeless. The boundary between the Nubian and Eurasian plates is another region of frequent earthquakes. The plate boundary from the Azores to west of Gibraltar is dominated by transform motion. In the eastern Mediterranean, the oceanic lithosphere of the Nubian plate subducts beneath southern Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Let's zoom in to examine the plate boundary in southern Iberia and northwest Africa. GPS observations show the Eurasian plate colliding with the Nubian plate at rates increasing from west to east. Resulting deformation across the Atlas Mountains is a combination of transform motion and compression, creating a zone of transpression. Resulting thrust faults are roughly parallel to the Atlas Mountains, with strike-slip faults cutting across that trend. These faults have produced the most destructive and deadly recent earthquakes in Africa. On October 10, 1980, the largest North Africa earthquake ever recorded by seismometers, and probably the largest in the Atlas Mountains since 1790, struck northern Algeria about 100 kilometers from Algiers. This magnitude 7.2 earthquake produced violent ground shaking near the epicenter at El Asnam and was felt in Spain over 500 kilometers away. Thrust faulting initiated at 10 kilometers depth and ruptured to the surface with maximum fault displacement of 8 meters. This fault produced surface rupture over a distance of 30 kilometers with vertical ground displacement up to 6 meters. Secondary normal fault ruptures produced fault scarps in the overriding fault block. On February 29, 1960, the magnitude 5.8 earthquake at Agadir, Morocco took more than 12,000 lives, a third of the population at the time, making it the deadliest African earthquake since the 1754 Egypt earthquake. How could this moderate magnitude earthquake produce such severe ground shaking and destroy the majority of buildings in Agadir? The epicenter was immediately offshore, and the focus was only about 3.5 kilometers deep. So, Agadir was only a few kilometers away from the origin of seismic energy release. And young sedimentary layers in the coastal valley amplified the seismic waves. Despite a previous town at this location being destroyed by an earthquake in 1731, few buildings were constructed to seismic codes because people thought that the area did not have earthquake risk.
As shown in this earthquake hazard map, the Atlas Mountains, Mediterranean coastal area, and the East African Rift System are the regions of highest hazard. Progressive concentration of population in urban areas within these regions have increased the potential impact of large future earthquakes. Promoting earthquake resilience through building codes, emergency management, and public education are critical to sustaining economic development in Africa.
Okay, I've got that microphone back on, and I was going to play the wonderful tune, but we don't need that one. So anyway, I thought that was a very cool video, and hopefully you guys will have learned something there with the African microplates. I myself didn't realize there were that many plates down on the bottom side of it. And I thought that the Nubian plate was the majority of it. I did understand, though, that there was the Somalian plate, but I didn't know of the other plates down below. So very, very cool. It was so noisy in the chat. I couldn't hear how many microplates there are. Well, that's too bad, JB. But I did drop the link, and you're welcome to go have a look at that yourself. There's the link again. It is on YouTube. You're more than welcome to do that. This video, it's I do believe it's 6 in total if you're counting the Nubian plate as well. We do have the Somalian one, and then there's 4 others below that. So very cool. And it was very, very interesting to see that, and it is definitely different. Anyway, I want to throw that in here. It is from EarthScope Consortium is the outfit that is running that. They are also still known as IRIS, Earthquake Consortium, one and the same. And of course, they provided full access to their YouTube library for us. With permission, so that is pretty awesome to be able to show their material. And I know the volume was a little bit low on that video, unfortunately. What? One fish? Why did you poke him all the time? And yeah, one fish was complaining about the depth charges, and I don't know why he would think that, but I guess that's the way it is if you're underwater. Anyway, I thought that was a pretty cool video, and gives you a little bit more of an idea. So you know, in a few million years, once we see the continent split apart there, you'll understand why, and you'll you know, kind of have a pretty good idea. So that one plate there where the what is it, oh boy, I can't even remember the name of it. Let me take a look at the names of them. The Victoria plate yeah, so Victoria Plate is what has Lake Victoria. That's going to end up being an island by itself. And then, of course, we also have the Somalian Plate, and down below that we had some of the other ones. I'm just trying to get to the spot where they showed all the plates here. So yeah, the Victorian Plate, and then you've got the Ravuma Plate and the Somalian Plate. So that's a 5 Sand Plate and the Luwando Plate, and that is the basics of the plate structure down there, and the Nubian Plate, of course. So Nubian is 1, Victoria 2, Somalia 3, Sand Plate is a 4, Rovuma Plate is a 5, and Luwando Plate is a number 6. So those are the plates, and it is very interesting to see all that, considering, you know, the way everything is put together there. So South Africa, the southern end of Africa, is on that Sand Plate, S-A-N. There was a fault line in Ethiopia. I think Erta is around that area, and yes, Erta would be right in somewhere in between the Somalian and Nubian plates, is just about where Erta would end up, and that's kind of interesting to see where that is. And if I bring that picture back up here, we can hang on, let me stop this lava. Rather than me yakking about it, pause, and there we go, and we'll bring that up. And Erta would be sitting right in here, in this spot. So that is kind of what we've got there. And there you can see the plates. It gives you a little better idea of how things are laid out. And we're presently selling real estate here on the Nubian Plate, as well as the Victoria Plate, and you possibly can get some new stuff here on the Sand Plate as well. The Sand Plate's a little further down though, as far as a timeline, but definitely selling beachfront material here. So yeah, it'll be awesome. But yeah, Erta would be right in that vicinity, so that would be causing some of the stress on Erta. And of course, you've seen how many volcanoes were in that area. If we go back to where they showed the volcanoes, that should be, I think, around here, taking a look. And they kind of cut this off a little bit. Unfortunately, we don't see up at the top, and quite a few volcanoes in those areas. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more here on the western side of the Victoria Plate, but that is okay. But pretty awesome though, nonetheless. And I think that's kind of neat to bring that up, and it gives you a little bit more of an idea of what goes on, you know, and how those rift zones are pushing and apart and doing the things. So what is it, Nairagonga and Nayamurura, I messed it up. Nayamuragira must be on the western plate boundary of Victoria. It is, and that is right in here somewhere. They are right about there, and there's DR Congo. So I'm not sure which ones are depicted here, but that is exactly where they are. And yeah, that poor giraffe, he's going to have to jump to get back up on one of the other plates. The elephants are, off safe, but that poor giraffe, at least he's got some tall trees to eat yet, so he's grabbing. Grabbing. Anyway, yeah, giraffe live on the Victoria Plate. They're actually all over the place there, but it is kind of neat to see the amount of volcanoes there. And I think this gives you a little better understanding why those volcanoes are there. And this is something that is actually very interesting to me anyway. Hope you guys do actually enjoy that. That is very cool to be able to see that. Anyway, let's take a peek at a few other volcanoes before we take another break. Not too much happening at our wonderful Stromboli. You can see a little bit of light there from the vent, some stars up in the background there. Looking at the thermal, we aren't seeing anything really major glowy. You do see on occasion a little bit of a puff come out of here, and the smoke drifting off, unfortunately. So that is kind of what we've got going on there. I've been followed by moon shadows, moon shadow. Oh, James, that is horrible that you've got moon shadows coming after you. You got to watch out for those, and they can bite. Anyway, let's go over to the next one, and this of course is Japan. Let me get to that one. This is Sakurajima, and Sakurajima is being relatively quiet. I didn't see any major plumes coming out this morning from Sakurajima, and that is kind of what we've got there. Let's take a look and see. Ice cream boats are gone, you guys. They left. They left us high and dry. Look, he's leaving. No ice cream till he gets back, or the other one comes in, and that should be shortly. But again, we aren't seeing very much from Sakurajima at all. And we'll make that one a little smaller. Get the close-up cam just so you can see. We do see some steam or gases coming out of the third vent there that opened. We have the other two up in the top of the caldera. Definitely continuing to off gas, but really nothing major happening with them. Let's leave them be. We'll go over to our next volcano, Suwanosejima. And Suwanosejima, on its own little island further down in the south, it did produce more eruptive activity. You can see some of the off-gassing or venting there. It's continuous, but this was at 8:34 in the morning. You can see that plume fairly well. And if we go back even further, let's see. I know it was cloudy. It's harder to tell when it's cloudy, where it's actually giving off a good plume or not. Somewhere around here, we should be able to see. Kind of hard to see. Yeah. But it is, the wind direction sometimes makes it really difficult. That was very early in the morning, and you can see some more of that gassing heading to the left-hand side there. I did try to see if there was anything coming out during the night. We did see these plumes here. You can see them, but definitely pluming up, but not as badly as what it has done in the last little while. And going back a little bit further, hard to tell. So let's leave that one be. We'll put that back on live. We know it is continuing, so very cool. And yeah, that gray mass that you see here, there's gassing coming from the front caldera and the back caldera. So pretty awesome. Next one, of course, is Aso-san with a very dirty speckled camera. and you can see it is continuing to off gas. You can also see that the fields that they burned off here are turning nice and green again, so it didn't take very long for that. The caldera, of course, being like a big bucket, so every time it rains, it gets more fresh water in there. That water, of course, gets acidic. Be back in a bit, and gotta go out and get the mail. Oh, you're gonna get yourself a mail, huh? Okay, Sharon Stewart. You hurry back now. Anyway, that is what's going on there. So nothing really crazy to report. The wind did change direction. It was going the opposite way earlier. There we go. And yeah, the speckles from raindrops. Anyway, that's kind of what we got there. Here's a morning shot of the sun being overhead, and you can see it moving off to the right. And there we go. So all good. Put that back onto live, and you can see that happening there. Let's go to our next one, and this one is what's it called again? It's Asama. Asama-san. Asama-san is off-gassing more and more from out here in the central vent. Right now, of course, with this cloud in the way, it doesn't do us any good. And earlier, of course, it had more clouds, so it was difficult to tell what was coming from the volcano and what wasn't. Let's see if we can find a spot here where we can see it a little bit better. This was much earlier, and you can see that it had a whole pile of fresh snow on there, and definitely off-gassing from Asama-san volcano in Japan, and that's west of Tokyo by about 100 kilometers or so. So that is where that is located, and that's one that we are going to be watching in the future because it does have a potential to erupt very nasty like as well. I don't have any photos or anything of previous eruptions. I haven't looked for any, but we'll see if we can find something. But that is what it is right now, so that looks pretty awesome. And let's see, who else have we not checked on? How about taking a look over at Italy? Hang on, let me get to the right screen. And this is, we did look at the other one there, but I wanted to see if we could see Mount Etna today. Etna, of course, has been producing a lot more SO2 as of late, but it seems to be hiding in clouds all the time, so it's very hard to see that guy. And, or a gal, I don't know. She's a big one, and yeah, it's not so easy to see it. Let's see if we can get to it. Well, we can see it, but it's got the cloud right in a business spot, so that's kind of hard to be able to tell what is going on there, unfortunately. So we don't get to see what's coming out of it, unfortunately. But that is Mount Etna, so it is there. The snow has mostly melted on there, so it's not anywhere that bad anymore. Let's see. Okay, so, and I don't think Yellowstone is working yet. Let me double check that just to confirm that it's still down. And yeah, Yellowstone is still not working, so I don't know if you guys can get Yellowstone to work or not, but it certainly is not working for me. I've tried to bring up that link and do it in a fresh browser window, and it just would not. So actually, let me try that again while that link is up, and we'll try it in the other browser here and see if that'll come up. Oh, that didn't even bring the stream up. I'm still waiting for it. It's a not working. It's a kaput. Okay, well, yeah, Yellowstone's primary screen there is not working. Something is, I wonder if they're working on the telephone lines or something, trying to get new lines in there, and that'll be it. Anyway, after the break, we will get into earthquakes and stuff like that, so let me get you back onto some lovely lava for the duration of the break. And of course, that is our wonderful Siggy Fisher in Iceland, and you can enjoy that while I go take a 5 or a 10 minute, well, 5, 6, or 7 minute breather. It won't be 10 minutes, but that'll be okay. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That'd be really awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Don't be afraid of the green people. Green people are members in the chat. The blue ones, on the other hand, well, they may serve you food and things like that, so be nice to them. They have drinks and, what is it, tiger wings and all kinds of other good food that they'll hand out on platters. So you can munch away. They'll guide you to the lava cookies as well. Anyway, on that friendly note, those tiger wings are hot, by the way. Don't go away. Keep smiling and be good. After the break, we will go take a look at some earthquakes, and then we'll carry on with maybe some weather and stuff like that. SO2 and weather. Yeah, lava cookies are always nice. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in a few minutes. And, of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thanks, don't go away. I'll be back. Or how's Arnie say it? I'll be back. No, that's not right. I'll be back. I have to speak German. Speak German. I'll be back. Oh, that didn't sound good either. All right, never mind. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from JB and Mummy of Hamsters saying, welcome back, Uncle Doc. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back, and Susie as well. And thumbs up for from Bob. James Bong says the pastry will go soggy in the doggy. That's not good. But I'm sure the doggy will like it. Anyway, let's pause our lovely lava. Get it? A pause, since we're talking about dogs. Pause the lava. Oh, there, we paused it. Anyway, that is pretty cool. Caught it midstream there, and that is paused. Oh, yes, I'm very, very funny today. Anyway, let's hit a couple other things that we didn't look at yet, and Krakatoa is one of them. And let's see if we can get, oh, no, how about that button? I knew it was one of the buttons. Krakatoa volcano, Sunda Strait, spectacular eruption continues. Ash up to 2.7 kilometers in height. And those are pretty wild ash plumes. And you don't want to be there too close because you might get some ash. 2.5 kilometer tall dense eruption column from Krakatoa volcano yesterday, and here's another photo of a different one. One of three vigorous explosive explosions from Krakatoa yesterday, and that is the other one, and this is something different. All right, so those were there. I'll start up my truck, drive to Luxembourg, and have my last breakfast there. I should cross the DK border, this Denmark border this afternoon. Audio only from there on, here on out. And Thor, hopefully you will have an excellent trip and enjoy your breakfast there in Luxembourg, and stay safe and have a wonderful drive, and hopefully your retirement will be one with a reasonable respect. So hopefully everything goes well for you. Anyway, let's keep on here and read through this. The eruptive activity at the volcano is currently dominated by a strong Vulcanian-type explosions over the past few days. Several more powerful blasts continued from the cinder cone throughout yesterday afternoon. The volcano generated relatively tall, given the volcano's 189 meters in height, and dense gray to black ash plumes rising nearly at 2.7 kilometers and 1.6 kilometers to 1.2 kilometers elevation respectively. That's from the three separate blasts. Plumes dissipated towards the west and southwest. Seismic network reported seismic signals with a maximum amplitude of 770 millimeters during the duration of 89, 33, and 25 seconds. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what was going on there. That is a pretty large, heavy-duty ash plume coming out of Krakatoa. So it is getting more active once again, and very, very interesting stuff. So that one we wanted to bring up, and hopefully you enjoyed that. And let's take a look at the other one that we've got on the agenda today. That was not this one. How come that is not showing up there? Hang on, let me fix that. And that should have been my Alaska stuff. Ha! Darn it! Where's my Alaska files? Nope, that's not Alaska. Where did it go? That is also pointing to the wrong place. Let me, sorry, black screen for a second here. Or we'll have a black screen. Give me a second here, trying to find where my Alaska stuff went. Oh, I know what the problem is. We will go over here, and there's Alaska. That is Pavlov. Let's see if we can get a better picture. Nope, definitely not. And this one is Semi. And Semi, almost see it. You can see it kind of in the clouds there. That is what we've got there. And let's take a look at this shot here. This is a Shivalish volcano. And of course, this is a Shivalish on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Lava dome growth increases again. So that is what's going on there. That almost looks like a painting. It really does. Why is that so cut off? And that should be a full screen shot here. For some reason, it's not doing its thing. Give me a second. Will I get that a full screen here? That should work. And we'll get rid of the ads, maybe. Maybe, sort of. Okay, almost perfect. Well, close. Yeah, there. All right, anyway, there we go. That looks like a painting. It really does, but it is an actual photograph. So that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. And that is what's happening at Shivalish up in the Russian Kamchatka Peninsula. And here is a satellite image of the activity, a glowing huge lava dome at Shivalish, March 15th. So that's a little bit old, but you can see it up top there. And it is continuing to build up. And there you can see where it's located on the Kamchatka Peninsula. So pretty cool. And story here, the extrusive activity of the volcano has increased. Local volcanologist Alexei something or other carried out a field survey in the vicinity of the volcano a few days ago to report the lava dome has grown again in intense values. Okay, the lava dome continues to produce frequent incandescent rock falls to the southeast from the last two active areas of the huge dome. From time to time, ash plumes separate from black or block and ash flows. Okay. So-called phoenix clouds as they dissipate or descend the slope. Emissions of gas and steam plumes with minor amounts of ash reach a height of pardon me 12,000 feet or 3,700 meters. And 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters over the last few days. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what's going on there, and hopefully that'll be okay for that. While we're on those things talking about that, let's leave it here, and I will read through the volcano report real quick. And just give me a second though. Okay, that should be better. Tuesday, late Tuesday, volcanic activity, 5 volcanoes in total at Krakatoa. We just looked at that report. Observed to 3,000 feet or 900 meters, reported at 1815. Suwanosejima, it did what? Erupted to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 1915 last night. And Shivalish, and we just looked at that at Kamchatka Peninsula, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 2,100. Popocatépetl, new signs of volcanic ash emission to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, and that happened at 2,100 last night. And Sabancaya, unable to detect, reported at 2,300. And that is okay. And then today, with more activity, 11 volcanoes, Ibico and Paramushir Island in the Kuril Islands, just south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Eruption observed to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 1:30 this morning. Suwanosejima had multiple eruptions that were noted, and we had 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters reported at 2:30 and 9:30, and then 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters at 1,700. Shivalish, Kamchatka Peninsula, see a separate report. Yep. 15,000 feet for the volcanic ash, or 4,600 meters, reported at 6:15, and again at continuing at 12:15 this early afternoon. Krakatoa, Sunda Strait, Indonesia. We already looked at that from 3:53 a.m. Popocatépetl in Mexico, new volcanic ash observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters. Sorry. And that was at 4:45 a.m. Volcanic ash continues to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 15:30. There we go. Bezimiani, also on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is Shivalish's neighbor, and that is erupted to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported at 5:15 a.m. And Sabancaya, they've gone on here, unable to detect at 5:30 or 17:30 today. Fuego in Guatemala, new volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 6 a.m. and then ongoing volcanic ash at the same elevations at 1750. Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 8:30 this morning. Santiaguito in Guatemala, new volcanic ash observed to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 14:15 or 2:15 this afternoon. And Cotopaxi in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 14:30. So hopefully that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on. Darn it, I just closed my mail program. Oh well, I was supposed to minimize it. Anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on in the world, and we will continue with our wonderful stuff here. So let me just go and do a little maintenance for a second and find out where I left the other one here. Wanted to make sure I didn't have too many things open, and that might have been under here. No, maybe not there. Alright, I lost it. Darn it. I hate when I lose things. We haven't looked at Hawaii yet, but it's raining there. It's really nothing different than yesterday for observations, and that is okay. So we will leave that be, and I think we will go over to our earthquake map and just run through some of the basic earthquakes and see what we've got. I'm going to do my magic again with this wonderful volcano and just stop it in track there. And let's get over and have a look. And we'll start out by looking around the world first, and don't see any really nasty, heavy red spots anywhere. Still very interesting to see that stuff happening there in Yellowstone Lake in Yellowstone National Park, and those are some awesome quakes. If we zoom in on that area specifically to do a count, 88 quakes is what they've got on the screen there, and that is what's happened since that swarm started. So 88 separate little quakes. That is pretty cool and awesome. Let's take a look and see what we've got. On the Aleutian Islands, we do have a little 3.9 over here near the Attu station from 2307 yesterday, 46 kilometers down for it. Quick peek at Tanaga Island. Yeah, Tanaga. And we do see they are still getting some small tremors, but not anywhere near as many as what it's going to take to make that thing pop. And going over a little bit more, and this is Aniakchak, and quakes are simmering down there. And looking over here, the middle one is a Trident volcano. We don't see quite as many there. We do have another one over just a little bit, just a tiny little one, so 1.6 there. Not going to frighten us away. And really not much else. We do have some smaller stuff here. 3.5. Chiniak, Alaska area, or well, it's way out in the water there. Anyway, from 5:37 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that, and we got a 3.3 there at Yakutat, and that is right on the fault, or very close to it, and that's from 1704. It doesn't show a depth for that one. And might have been a surface quake. So we've already talked about those ones in Yellowstone, and looking at what we see here, a couple more new ones on the San Andreas. Nothing really major going on there. Sliding down into Central America, we don't see anything there. Going to South America, we've got a Peruvian one here, 4.7. And that was from 38 minutes after midnight, 89.5 kilometers down for that one. Don't see anything else down there, nothing in the South Sandwich Islands. Let's go over to New Zealand. We don't see anything reported from USGS in New Zealand at all. We do have this one here from a few days ago, and that's 3 days ago, that 4.7 in the... I can't remember what, Cook Strait or something like that. Anyway, I might be wrong on that. Fairly new, 5.0. They call it Fiji Islands. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. 1:38 a.m., 617 kilometers down. There's another one, older one underneath at 4.5. But that was from 2 days ago, so I'm not going to worry about him. We do have this one, 4.7 in Tonga, 1:27 a.m. at 243 kilometers down. Bigger one at the end, and that is near, what is it, Hi-Hi-Fo? Hi-Hi-Fo? I hope I said that right. Hi-Hi-Fo? I don't know. Anyway, 12:27 is the time on it, 10 kilometers down. Next one, another one is 4.7 from yesterday. 2211 was the time on it. This one is a Fiji area, 4.8. Today at 2:57 a.m. our time, 568.9 kilometers down. And hi, Mastro, what? Mastro Perfecto? I have no idea who you're talking to, James. And anyway, this one right near Luolatok, 4.9, and that came in at 12:10, and 12.4 kilometers down for that quake. And next one, 4.8 at Tobelo, and that is in Indonesia. 4.8 and 14:10 was the time, 115.3 kilometers down. Then we've got this one here, 4.8 from Mindanao. I don't know if I said that right. Anyway, Philippines, 1:41, and that was the time, and 11.3 clicks down. Going up here, we do see a couple out here in the Bowen Island areas. 4.8, 15:44 was the time on that one, and 59.5 kilometers down. The other one is 4.7, same region, 3:50, 3 a.m., 502 kilometers down. Then, pardon me, we see this 5.1 here. 2:53 is the time on that one, and 6.5 kilometers down for that. Near Japan, we don't see anything else on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looks pretty good there. We got 1 or 2 there, it looks like in Afghanistan or Pakistan. Oh, they got all 3 names listed there. Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Pakistan region. 4.3. I guess they couldn't decide which one gets it. Where's the map? Well, it's not Pakistan, definitely. So why are they saying that? I don't like that. It's not Pakistan region. Afghanistan and Tajikistan maybe, but it's in Afghanistan. Come on, you guys. 4.3 at 2:09 a.m. 2:13 is the time on it. The other one, 4.4, and this is in Afghanistan and not the other regions. And this is from yesterday at 2015, 182. Yeah, 182.3 kilometers down. Yeah, it's kind of silly, you know, like when they're doing that, you see that Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Pakistan. Well, it's nowhere near Pakistan. Really, this is, I mean, I can understand, there's the border. Okay, it's in Afghanistan. Come on. Might have shaken a little bit up there. Let's see, what's this one? This is in Mongolia, Russia. They're going to have a war over it. It's a 4.4, and that happened at 16:57, 10 kilometers down. And they'll get right to the war here. And, oh, it's actually on the Mongolian side. So, they'll be battling it out in the valley there. And that is all cool. Okay. Let's leave that alone. A couple more in Turkey, and I hate us reporting those, but another 4.3 near Gungsam, and that is from 1544, 5 kilometers down for that one. The other one, 4.6, and they call that one Central Turkey, and that is from 1047. So that is our earthquakes for today. It is a time for me to take another break, you guys. USGS don't know borders? Nah, they don't. I don't think they do. They have no idea. Anyway, we'll get you back on some lava for now, and let my screen change. There we go. And I want to take a look at this. So should be okay. Yeah, we got lots of lava in that can yet. Don't go away, you guys. We got, after this, we'll take a look at our Canary Islands, see how they are doing earthquake-wise. Oh, we want to take a look at Hawaii. Let me put my earthquake map on Hawaii, and that will remind me to go there first. And then we will take a look at our wonderful other stuff, Canary Islands, and then we'll go do our SO2 map from there on in. So don't go away, you guys. Got more to come. For those good people that are here, if you have not yet hit the like button and you're enjoying the show, please do give it a quick bob. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing, and that would be really awesome. And don't forget to hit the bell notification, help the channel grow a little bit. That would be really cool. And also, if you would like to super chat $2 million at a time, you can certainly do that. Super chats are available. I'm more than willing to take them. Anyway, super chats are optional, you guys. You guys all know that. And on that friendly note, don't go away. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep smiling. And here comes some tunes. I'll be back. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Good night to James Bong, and thank you for the welcome back, oh mummy of hamsters and Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And that made me have to take a drink of Pepsi. Let's give me a second here. Fine vintage. Okay, back to it. So, I think I left, my wonderful stuff here. Where am I going to pause my lava? And thank you, Susie. Doc Elliott? Doc Elliott. I don't recall who he is. But anyway, we were going to go back over here first. It's called Hawaii, the Big Island. If we zoom out, you can see all the islands, or at least some of them. And there you go. And looking at what we've got for activity, we've got one up here. Let's click on it, and that is a 1.7 up on Mauna Loa. And that was from today at 1732. 1.8 kilometers below sea level for that guy, and looks pretty awesome. Let's take a look at the Pahala area, see what we've got here. These are typically between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so we won't mention those. Anyway, 2.2 from 1522 today. Then we've got a 2.2 over here from 1402. And that's our time, of course. So you take 3 hours off, you get their time. And 2.0 from yesterday, 22:57. And then we've got this guy here, 2.1 from 12:23. And this one is a 2.4, looks to be the biggest out of the batch so far, from yesterday at 20:08. And then we've got 1.9, 12:56 for him. The other small one here, 1.8 from 4:56 a.m. And the other larger one is 2.2 from 11:02. And then we've got this one on the slopes. I'm not sure what area you want to call that. They call it Pahala as well. That is a 2.3 from 8:42, 7.9 kilometers below sea level for that guy. Sliding out here, we do see a 3 right inside Kilauea, one beside it, and then one down here in the Fisher zone. 2.0 from 1332, and that is 300 meters below sea level. That is interesting. And this one here, 2.4 from 1710, 1.2 kilometers below sea level. And then the 3 that are right in Kilauea, this one is a 1.9, and that's from 218, and that is a half a kilometer above sea level. So definitely underneath the caldera. Are we going to see a collapse? That is my question. This one is 1.9 in magnitude, 8:42 a.m., and that is 300 meters below sea level. The next one is a 2.0 from 7:45, and that is 1.1 kilometers above sea level, so well within the space right underneath the caldera. This is interesting, so keep our eyes on the Kilauea. Maybe we're going to have another caldera collapse, and that would be kind of weird. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's go over to the Canary Islands. Going to refresh that map so we get all our neat stuff, and we'll see what we got as soon as it comes on. And zooming out a little bit, and just want to double check, there's some new ones up here as well. This is yesterday's from 402, 3 in magnitude. That one was 5 kilometers down, I believe. And the next one over is 2.4, 10 kilometers down from yesterday at 21:09. The other one there is from today at 12 minutes after midnight at 3.2. And well, actually, no, they're saying it came in at yesterday at oh, hang on, did I not move over? Something not right with that. Why did that? It says 21:09 here, and it says 12:02 there. Something's not jiving. 3.2, and it doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah. All right, now it does. The map didn't jive. They got it on the wrong dot, those guys. This other one is from a couple days ago, so I'm not going to worry about it. All right, they got the dots confused. Anyway, La Palma. Let's see what we had. We had 3 quakes in La Palma today. And we'll start out with one right on the top ridge of Cumbre Vieja area from 1624. 4 kilometers down, and that was at 1.6 in magnitude. Next one right beside him, a 1.5 from 1624.57, which is about 11 seconds. No, hang on. That'd be 9 seconds later. 3 kilometers down, so something reacted down underneath there. And the next one here is from 23:26, a 0.8, very small, and that looks like it's somewhere, I don't know, not quite right in front of the entrance to the tunnel, but 9 kilometers down though. That's a fair distance down. I don't think anybody would have felt it anyway. And we'll leave those be. Let's go over to our SO2 map. We'll run through that very quickly and see what we've got. Looks like, instead of 3 snowflakes, we're down to 1, and they're going to happen on Thursday. All right, we're going to get a snowflake on Thursday. Kamchatka Peninsula, and we know Shivalish was busy, so that's what we're seeing that plume from. Looking at Alaska, not too bad, regular stuff. Looks like British Columbia looks pretty clear. Nunavut is starting to clear up as well. Northern portions of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, and even Ontario looking not bad. The polluter here called Edmonton dumping all kinds of dirties out of there for the rest of Saskatchewan. Looking at Ontario, not bad for those guys. A little bit more in Quebec, kind of streaming up from the U.S. side, but that is okay, and not that bad here in Labrador, and of course in Quebec. Newfoundland looks pretty clean, not too bad in Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. PEI looks a little bit heavier, and Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, you know what? Mickey Mouse looks like a brand new channel. Mickey Mouse, I'm new here. Yeah, I see that you're new here. You got a brand new channel. Mickey Mouse. Who do you work for, Mickey Mouse? The IRS or CIA? Or are you the FBI? Yellowstone is just fine. It's going to blow up eventually. Interesting. Anyway, looking at the western portions of the United States, not bad at all. And we do see the eastern side of the U.S. a little heavier from people pollution and not so bad. MM. How long you been online, MM? Just curious. A few years? Do you belong in Disneyland, perhaps? I see that you are very new there. Yeah, new people always make me suspicious of Mickey Mouse. Anyway, Popocatépetl doing its thing. And of course, we do have the extra stuff going on there. Dr. Fox in Hawaii, why do you think is causing the rifts? Magma intrusions or something else? Please and thanks. What do I think is causing the rifts? Just generalized movement, Oz. Just to kind of let you know what happens is the Pacific Plate, of course, is moving to the northwest. At least in that area, and it's kind of pulling it over top or pushing it away from the hot spot. So we're going to end up getting new islands going to form where that hot spot is. So it's going to continue to either grow the big island of Hawaii, or it will break and continue to go. But the rift zones are basically because of the magma intrusions underneath finding their way through, rather than being able to pop out the top, and they end up going sideways, and it finds a weaker path to go through, and the magma will eventually pop out of those rifts. If that indeed happens. Now, the rift could happen without magma intrusions as well, just from a generalized plate movement. So if you get too much plate movement or a heavy push on that plate, it could split Hawaii, the big island, open on the eastern side of it. Hopefully that's a good enough explanation for you. Anyway, we do see this going on here. So too, getting into the east and west portions. And we also see Central America is still pushing its stuff over into the Pacific. And looks like Ecuador and Colombia dumping their stuff into the Pacific as well. And this plume still has not dissipated out here. Sabancaya would be responsible for some of it, but I'm thinking more in the lines of industrial stuff from Chile. Don't know for sure. And just general stuff out here in the other side of our wonderful South American continent going into the Atlantic. So that's mostly people pollution. And New Zealand, of course, having that big system right beside it, and that's what we're seeing there. We also see a White Isle volcano continue to off-gas a little bit and do its thing. Nothing in Melbourne area to speak of. We do see stuff here in Sydney, or north of Sydney, from the coking plants. Tofua, looks like they are still off-gassing pretty heavily there, but not as bad as it could be. And how come we got an arrow pointing downward from Abu and Abu and who's the other one? Gawa. Who's Gawa? Gawa and Aoba. That's it. Gawa and Aoba. Yasur, on the other hand, are not doing so bad there. And let's see, pretty abnormal for Papua New Guinea, and Luolatuk still doing his thing, and it'd be Semaru from here, and Merapi creating that cloud, and then of course Krakatoa, as well as our stuff from Jakarta going to the east now, so that's okay there. That's what's building up in that area anyway. And of course we've got Kerinci and Marapi over here continuing to off gas in that area, and then of course Sinabung up on the other end of Sumatra. And over here, Ibu and Dakono are doing their thing, continuing, not as bad. Mayon and Bulusan still working away. And then we see this right here, and that is from Taal. And Taal looks like it might have picked up pace. And we do also see the stuff coming in from the Manila and the rest of the population there, so pretty normal. And looking at not so bad from Taiwan right now, but we do see a very heavy plume over the bottom end of Japan, so not so much from Suwanoshijima, but Sakurajima and Aso are probably were both responsible for that. Most of it likely from Sakurajima. Aso being up a little further up here is definitely part of the equation. You can kind of see the heavier plume there. So that will be from both of those. And sliding over here, we can see that we have a much heavier area in this area, and that's Asama. Asama-san is continuing to build up, so we'll see what happens with it in the future. And we already mentioned that this is a Shivalish up here, that's okay. And pretty normal for India, pretty normal for South Africa, and our two there in, I'm not even going to try them today. I just don't have the tongue to get in there. That's in DR Congo. It's okay. Urta Ale right there, and we were talking about the Great Rift Zone, and that is a part of it, and that's pretty cool. Oil refineries in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iraq, Iran, and that's what we're seeing those plumes from. And of course here from Mount Etna doing its thing as it continues to give off more gas once again, as well as Stromboli. I don't know how much is actually coming out of Volcano, but it is there. And nothing coming from Iceland. It is very, very clean up there. So really nice to see. Iceland has got clean air. Not so bad in Europe though as well. Madrid and France, Spain, Portugal, France, lower half of Germany, virtually nothing. England, Ireland, virtually nothing. So a lot of those countries are doing very, very good. Anyway, let's leave that there. It is time for me to take another break. When we come back from the break, we will hit our wonderful map with the weather on it, and then we'll go from there. So stick around, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Please hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. And also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you're sitting out in the Lurkers Lounge. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes or so, and we'll put you back on some lava in the meantime. Don't go away, and we'll be right back. am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I am here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamster saying welcome back, Uncle Doc, and thank you, Sue. And Oz throws in a $5 super chat. Doc, what have you ever been in a lava tube? No, I have not. Oh, okay. No, technically, well, yes, actually I have. In kind of Oz. And it wasn't in an active volcano though, and it was partially dug out into a tunnel. And that lava tube is actually, I showed it once before on here, I believe, and that is of me driving into a Diamond Head, a volcano in Hawaii, and that is actually a lava tube that they turned into a tunnel. And it wasn't a complete tunnel at first, but they decided to widen it and stuff like that. So technically, yes, I have been in a lava tube, which is pretty awesome. And that is good for right now. Let's get over and we'll pause our wonderful stuff here and just hit the brakes on the lava coming out of Siggy Fisher. And we will go over and take a look at our map and see what we've got for weather, whether we like it or not. And let's take a look up in the top area here. Alaska first. We see out here in the Bering Strait, they've got a low sitting there trying to pull that cold air from the Siberian flats up top. Not happening though because it's too warm. So that's okay, and looks like Alaska is starting to warm up. We do still see some cold stuff up on the very top of it. Same thing with up in the Northwest Territories. And of course, none of it, which we want none of it, but the rest of the Yukon and Northwest Territories are not bad. And we see here about 10, 11 degrees down in Vancouver, and Bob's place over there, he's got like about 11 or 12 degrees for him. He's hogging all the heat. Bob, send the heat over to Edmonton. We're at 0 degrees right now. Calgary's at -1. And didn't see Kananaskis country, but he's probably frozen to death at -8. Boy, and that is a little on the chilly side. Moving forward, we see this one here, -9 in Winnipeg, -10 or 11 out there for Judy M. We don't see very warm temperatures in northern Ontario right now. They are getting cold again. And see a -4 there in Toronto. And see Detroit coming in at about 0. Looks like a -4 in London as well. Chicago looking a little better at a -1. And Henry's Place somewhere around -1, -2. That cold just pushed back down again. That's not good for them. Montreal is a 1 degree and looks like a 0 there in Quebec, St. Lawrence Seaway. Not bad till you get closer to the Great Lakes. Looks like we've got a -3 or 4 there. And in our wonderful outback, what do we call this? Not outback. Hang on. I'll think of it. It's on New Brunswick. What do we call New Brunswick today? Looks like they've got anywhere down to about 7 or 8, and depending on where you point your hamster. And looking at what we see here, looks like a little cold on that peninsula area. About 0 degrees in Halifax. Cole Harbour coming in at what? 0? Yeah, looks like it. And looks like the Avalon Peninsula 1 or 2 degrees below 0. and about a -4 or 5 throughout Newfoundland. Labrador coming in up to a -10 up in the top, and not so good, but they do have some warmer spots. Northern Quebec, well, yeah, forget it, a -22 up there somewhere. Too much and too cold. Anyway, Portland coming in at about 11, Eugene 11, sliding down, seeing San Jose at about 11 degrees as well. Sacramento only 7, big difference, and 11 in Los Angeles. Death Valley coming in about 19 degrees, and there we go, and thank you, Sue. 11 in Las Vegas, and Mexicali about 18 there. Phoenix, the hot spot, 22 degrees, nice weather, and that's enough to make any Arizona snowman melt. 21 there in Tucson, and Albuquerque seeing a nice 16. Let's see, while we're up here, 14 in Oklahoma City, and we see 21, 21 along the coast, a little cooler on the inside here. Some of that heat migrated further in to the interior of Mexico, and we see 18 in San Antonio, 17 in Houston, 16 in Austin, and Dallas at about 14. New Orleans about 15 right now, and Little Rock, Arkansas 14. That's not so good. Looking at what we see, what do we got down in Miami? 22 degrees, not that warm today. And Atlanta only a 12. That's a big difference from yesterday. 10 in Charlotte, and 9 for Grandma B's house, so just under the 50 mark. Virginia Beach also a 9, and Philadelphia 7, and we've got about 6 in New York, and about 5 in Boston. Let's go down here and take a quick peek. Cancun 24 degrees, but the inside portion of the Yucatan Peninsula, right where that big space rock hit, is kind of warm. That's nice. We see some 30-degree temperatures here. Wow, 31 some spots. Mexico City only 16, but the lower areas we see up to 32 degrees in some of those places, 33 in some spots. Not bad. Acapulco coming in at about 28. And what do we got? The cold trying to get back down here again. I don't know, it's not going to win. Mazatlan coming in at about 22, and sliding down through Central America into Colombia. We see about 31 down in the lower flats there, and up to some spots up to 33 in Venezuela. The Colombian open land here, kind of behind the mountains. We do see some of that warmer temperature there as well, but it looks like about 25 for the most part, and 25, 26 throughout a majority of Brazil. I mean, you do have some higher elevations which are a little cooler, but that's not bad. And we see Campo Grande area a little bit warmer at 25, 26. Not so bad in Peru and Bolivia. Paraguay doing all right as well, 26 to about 28 degrees. And a little warmer in the top end of Argentina, not that bad there. Bottom end of Brazil, 23, 24 degrees. Looks like about 22 for the most part. A little bit cooler along the coast, but about that for our wonderful area there in Uruguay. Paysandú coming in at 22, and we've got about 20 degrees in Buenos Aires right now. It looks like we got a high sitting here. That high is pulling up some of that cold air. Not good for those guys. And we can see where the cutoff is for that cold weather. Anything below that, yep, you're down to single digits or even below freezing, depending on where you are. Santiago coming in about 16, 18 degrees, something like that. Moving over to New Zealand. New Zealand's got that storm sitting beside it, and Christchurch only making it to a 12. We see single digits in many places. The western side starting to warm up again at 15, 16 degrees in some spots. Wellington coming in at 13 right now, and probably windy as all get out. And Taupo coming in at about 14, and what do we got up here in the other areas? Bay of Plenty looking like about 17, 18 degrees. Auckland coming in about 18. And out on the peninsula, anywhere from about 19 and down to 17, so not so bad. We see that low that was bringing warmth yesterday. It is now bringing cold to Tasmania, and we see about 13 there in Hobart, and that is not very warm. 17, 16, 17 in Melbourne. Adelaide coming in at about 19 degrees. We've got about 21, 22 in Sydney. And moving up, Brisbane, home of Oz. Brisbane, you got a wonderful temperature of 28 degrees. Here at 3 a.m. this morning. Thunderstorms, that is not good. Thunder boomers are always scary in the night. But they do make a fantastic light show. If you get your camera set up and bring it, she's going to bring up Brisbane weather. 29, there you go, 7 miles per hour, partly cloudy as opposed to partly clear. And we see 23 in Perth. Looking for the higher temperatures out in the northern outback, and we do see 27 is the one spot there, but we're not seeing too much higher than that. 37 I meant, and we see it's not that bad. So yep, you got some nice weather there, Oz, and really makes me think that might be a nice place. You're lucky, Oz. Anyway, we got about 28, 29 Fiji. We do have a storm or a low sitting over top of Tonga area. Hopefully they're not getting too much. And we do see some very warm temperatures again in Papua New Guinea and eastern Indonesia. Moving over, we see Herman sitting there. That is not good, and he's going to be doing all kinds of things, creating more storms. And looks like Java's got up to about 29 degrees for the most part there, 27, 28. Not bad. And we see 27 down to about 23, 22, some higher elevations, 21 degrees there in Sumatra. Looks like Bangkok coming in at 30 degrees right on. Thank you, Sue. Manila coming in at about 31, 32, depending on where you put your hamster. Looks like they've got 34 there beside it, just to the north. So pretty awesome. Again, kind of split for Taiwan, and we see they've got a storm sitting out there as well. Hopefully nothing too severe. And Kagoshima coming in at about 15 degrees right now, and that is actually pulling some of that warmer air down. But at least that's warmer air. That's not so bad. Even Seoul coming in somewhere around 17, 18 degrees. Looking at Tokyo, 16, and then we see some colder temperatures up in the northern portions. We can see the flow going up from, well, at least it's warmer air being pushed up into the Sea of Japan. Hopefully that'll warm the rest of it up. Sapporo going to get up to about 11 there. And let's see what we got on the Kamchatka Peninsula. -7, about the coldest, and +4 or 5 down on the bottom tip. So they are doing a lot better. Looks like pretty normal and there in Sri Lanka, and looking at some warmer temperatures in India now. They're starting to warm up. 19 in Delhi right now. That's pretty awesome. Sliding over though, let's take a look. They've got a high sitting on top of Madagascar, and that looks like about 24 is the high temp there. Some cold temperatures in a southern part of Africa here, South Africa, having some really cold temps in the single digits for the most part. Central regions of the southern part looking not bad, and then we start to get into the heat, and we see some temperatures starting to rise, and we see some stuff going up to 31, 32 degrees there in the western portion of the Sahara Desert. UAE still not that warm. Nighttime temperature right now of 17 to about 20 degrees. Oman, same kind of a deal, maybe even a little cooler at 15 in some spots. They've got a high sitting on the end of Yemen here, and that is not bad. They've got warmer temps, and that is pretty good. And it looks like most of Saudi Arabia is starting to see warmer temps as well, going all the way up to Baghdad. We see 15, and looks a little cooler there in the interior of Iran, and it looks like Syria and those places are still pretty cold. Cairo, 11 degrees right now. We see that cold sitting at the top end of Libya, and then of course still some cold up here in the top end of Tunisia, as well as Algeria, and hopefully it's starting to warm up a little bit there in Morocco. That would be nice. Turkey, yeah, burr. They've got that cold came back. Malatya, only 1 degrees right now, and 1 degree, and 9 in Adana, and those poor people that are homeless, going to be freezing all the way down to minus 14 in some places. Piggy's Place coming in at about 10 degrees Celsius right now. Thank you, Sue. Athens made it to, it's down to 6. Brr. And let's see, Randanzo on the foot of Mount Etna, coming in at about 4 or 5 degrees. Thank you, Sue. And seeing Naples at 12, Rome is 9, and Milano at whopping 11. Looks like most of Sardinia is single digits, not so good for them. Spain looking a little warmer, that is nice. Over here, 16 in Lisbon, in Portugal, 15 in Madrid. Aurelio's house only 10 though, but we do see some warmer air along the top as well, and the part of the mountain ridge here is seeing some 15, 16 degrees along the mountains. Anyway, it's trying to warm them back up. Tanto's house got about 12 or 13 degrees. There in Nantes, and then we see Paris coming in at 14, and Munich at 10 degrees, and then we've got Frankfurt 11, Cologne is 13, Yvonne Kunkel's house about 12, and we are looking at Luxembourg is about 11 degrees right now, and looking at 13 in Brussels. And let's see, that is in Belgium, of course. Amsterdam coming in at 12. Let's see the rest of Germany going across here. Berlin coming in at 8. And hopefully Thor is getting a nice ride home with some comfortable temperatures. 9 in Hamburg. And of course we get up here. Flensburg is about 8 degrees, and Copenhagen coming in at about 5, and Aarhus coming in about 6. So hopefully Thor is going to have a final run that is not that bad weather as far as temperatures are concerned. Oslo -6, Stockholm -6, St. Petersburg -5, Moscow coming in at +5. Looking at London, we've got 11, and looks like Wales anywhere from 9 to about 10 degrees. Looks like Glasgow coming in at about 8. Aberdeen is 7 right now, and we see Dublin coming in at 9 degrees. And that's about the same over at Irish Monk's house on the other side of Ireland. So pretty awesome. And let's see what we've got. Looks like a lot warmer there in Reykjavik at about 4 or 5 degrees right now. 6 is what Sue brought up. That is awesome. We do see the Ragnar area is going to be about 5 or 6, but it looks fairly windy there. What do we got wind-wise? Looking at Reykjavik, 14 miles per hour, 23 kilometers per hour. So it is indeed windy. So that is okay. Let's keep going, and we will get a look at the precipitation real quick. We do see that we've got some bad weather up here in Alaska. And of course, what I mentioned earlier with that low sitting in the Bering Strait. We also see a low sitting just off the coast of Alaska here to the south, and that is kind of getting things in there. We see some snow in the interior of British Columbia, and they say snow for Edmonton. It's not snowing here. They're lying to us. I don't see any snow. Boy, oh boy. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Some snow up in the northern areas here, Nunavut, and also up in top end of Manitoba. And then looking at what we've got around the Great Lakes, looks like Superior is okay, but as soon as you get over here, northern portions of north of Toronto, south of Sudbury, we do see it. What is this? From Pittsburgh on north all the way up to through Montreal and well into Quebec. We see all kinds of snow, so that is heading that way. So Montreal, Quebec, and those areas are getting some snow. Looks like not bad out there in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. A little bit of snow in Newfoundland. And of course in Labrador, as well as the other portions of Quebec are getting some as well. Looking at the western side of the U.S., we are seeing a low sitting off the coast of California, and that is bringing another storm system in, and that is getting everybody wet from LA up to, well, it looks like it's actually getting all the way into Oregon, being stirred up a little bit with that colder air. And then we see, looks like through Las Vegas, I might be getting some rain right now, and we do see Utah and Nevada and New Utah, and going up into Wyoming. They're getting snow up there, even up in Montana and Idaho. So everybody's getting some snow. And looks like even down here in the Baja of Mexico, they've got some rain happening. Southern portion of Texas are getting some rain. We see some rain down in Miami, thunderstorms there as well. So they're getting a little bit of a storm. We do see a big system out in the Atlantic there. Hopefully that is not going to be too bad. And then we get back over to the eastern side. We already described that stuff. So sliding down south, we'll keep going here. We see, of course, in the stuff in Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. Some of the larger area of Brazil not getting any, but we do see storms down here in Uruguay and a southern end of Brazil, and a northern portion, a northeastern side of Argentina getting nailed. Paysandú is still in the clear, but I'm sure they're going to get some rain. And moving down, we do see the Chilean coast is got a system sitting on top of it. There's a low out on the eastern side of just off the coast of Argentina down there that is helping draw some of that cold air over. I know it's break time, but I'm going to keep going, you guys. We do see this system to the east of New Zealand. It is working its way, and south end of the North Island definitely getting wet. But that's only a glancing blow, since most of that has already moved to the east. And let's take a look, and we do see it up in the top area though. So probably up here in the American Samoas and those areas might be getting some rain up there as well. Sliding over a little bit more, we see the eastern half of Tasmania is getting nailed by that low. And we see Melbourne, some rain, south of Sydney, some rain. And here's the thunderstorms that Oz was telling about. Yeah, just don't stand behind me. Yeah, she kicks like a horse. Yeah, perfect, a Brumby. There we go. Kicks hard. And that's what we're seeing over there on the western side of Australia. We do see some nasty stuff over Perth as well, and the western areas. So not so good there. Looks like Fiji is not bad right now. We do see Papua New Guinea getting all kinds of rain, different storm systems, lots of little individual lows in here. Looks like most of Java is not bad right now, but Herman is going to be interesting to see what happens. And remember the last storm we had over here that lasted a long time, and he went all the way over, and his name was Freddy. And we'll see what happens with Herman. Maybe Herman is a reincarnation of Freddy. Anyway, it looks like pretty bad on Sumatra right now. And lots of rain for Malaysian, Indonesian areas, and of course the southern portions of the Philippines getting quite a bit of water. Some areas there in Thailand not that bad, but still there. Looks like we've got a system. Yeah, don't be in Hong Kong, you're going to get wet. And Shanghai, you're also going to get wet, and you're also going to get wet if you are anywhere in those Japanese islands south of Japan for the most part. A little bit of rain in Tokyo maybe, I don't know, and they might get some. We'll see what happens. And sliding up, we don't see too much on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Sliding over, looks like they do have some rainy areas in Pakistan, as well as some small spots in India, and over here on the other side, that would be, what country is that? Bangladesh. There we go. And looking at what we've got here in Madagascar, they are getting some rain. We do see some rain in South Africa, bottom end of Mozambique as well. And we do see the central African areas supposed to be getting wet. Now, we watched Freddy go all the way across here, down and up and this way, and sat in here and went on land, came back out, went back up, and then finally went in and terminated. We'll see what Herman does, and I'm going to be curious. Anyway, let's look at the rest of the areas here. Nothing in Saudi Arabia, and we don't see very much there. Looks like Turkey, eastern, northeastern areas of Turkey, getting some snow again. Doesn't surprise me. And no rain for Piggy. She'll be okay there in her place, and no rain for even though we get clouds there, but no rain in Sicily. Most of Italy looks okay. Hermits. I've heard of them. They are pretty cool. Most of Spain is dry, a little bit up on the northwestern side here, though, and same with Portugal. And then, of course, we look at France, a little bit out here on the peninsula. Looks like Paris is just being skirted by that rain, and that is moving in. Looks like a bottom end of Germany starting to get a bunch of rain there as well. And looks not bad. So once you get out of Luxembourg and to the north a little bit, you should have a better weather, Thor, and you should be okay, and out of the rain till you get to about Hamburg. And that's when you're going to start seeing some heavier rain. And then, as I don't know exactly where you're going, I know you're listening, so don't know exactly where you're headed up there, but you are definitely going to be in for some rain up in Denmark. So it is raining in Aarhus, it is raining in Copenhagen as well. But most of the heavy stuff is off to the west, out in the ocean already, so that is not too worried. Bottom end of England, not bad. Looks like Wales is wet. Central areas around Leeds definitely got some stormy activity. And western side of Scotland definitely getting some. And the southern coastal areas of Ireland and the far west is getting a little bit of rain. Looking up here in Norway, bottom end of Norway, the tip is getting some snow. Over in Riga, they're getting some snow. Looks like the rest of the area is dry until you get way to the northern portions. A little bit in northern Sweden, and of course Norway up in the top, fjords all getting nailed. They've got lots of stuff going on there. And if you're planning a trip to Iceland, don't. That would be my recommendation. We've got some snow, heavy rains in the east and southeast areas, central areas, some snow, Reykjavik getting some rain. And if you're planning to go volcano watching, it's not good weather. Ice rain up in the northern areas, straight north of Reykjavik there. So, and also south of Grimsey, up in the north and on the mainland. And not good weather for those guys. So let's leave our weather be, and we will go take a look at find our coldest temperatures on the planet. And for those good people who are here, I did spend some time talking to Sue on the phone today, and we were talking about the weather, and if we're going to continue to look for warm or cold temperatures in places like the Canadian North and the other places like Siberia, since it's coming spring and it's going to be kind of senseless. It'll be warm up there in the Canadian North, as well as in Siberia and those places. So we're likely not going to end up doing those too much. I just popped into my head when Doc said Hermits. Freddie has got to be part of that band, though. Anyway, let's get to our cold temperatures for now. We may just use Greenland and Antarctica for the time being. And we are seeing some minus 70 degree stuff down in Antarctica. There's one right there, minus 70. And it's hard to find some of those, so that is pretty cool. Zero arrogance, what? I don't have a zero arrogance. Is that a song? I have no idea. I've never heard it before. So far, minus 70 is the coldest I could find. And let's see if we can find something colder. Let's see. Where are we looking here? Minus a 66, 65. Nope, nope, nope. That ain't gonna work. A 67, 68. No, not gonna work there. I'm gonna have to find out exactly where that is. 69 degrees. Minus a 70. I see a minus 71. And let's see. Oh, I see a minus 72 for a second there. It's in here somewhere. There's a minus a 72. And are we going to find that minus a 72 is the coldest I've found so far? Minus a 72. If we zoom in on that area, will we find a minus a 73? Or am I going to be getting a third degree freezing again? Minus a 72, and I don't see anything colder than a minus a 72. Oh boy, that is not good. Minus a 72 is what I've found there. So, yeah, minus a 69, 70, maybe right there. Let's see if we can find something a little colder right around there. Nope, that moved on me. 69, no, 70, there's a 71. And do we have anything colder up that side? Oh, and there's that 72 again. Nope, not seeing it. Minus a 72. All right, I'm going with a minus a 72, and that is all I can find there in that cold place. And let's see what we can find in Greenland. Maybe something warm and green. Minus a 49, 52. Oh boy, a minus a 52 already. A minus a 53 in Greenland. I've seen that in here. Minus a 52. Where'd that 53 go? It was just on my screen when I did that. Yeah, minus a 53 right there. And yeah, I think I'm going to have to live with a minus a 53 for right now, and we'll stay with that. Let's see, anything colder up there? No, definitely not. So a minus a 53 we had, and there it is, a minus a 53. Let's zoom in. Maybe we can find a minus a 54. There's that 53. And I'm not seeing a minus a 54. No. I'm going to live with a minus a 53, and we'll leave that be. And let's see if we can find something up in the Canadian Arctic that is equivalent to that. We see a minus a 36 up here, and that is not so good. 36 is pretty warm for a polar bear. A regular work day for him. Minus a 60, 36, 37. I don't see a 37 yet. We got 36s. Let's see some isolated spots here. Minus a 36, and this is not good. A minus a 32, 33. No, whoa, maybe right in here. What do we got in here? Oh, minus a 37. We got a minus a 37. So that is good. Where's a 38? No, minus a 38. I will have to live with a minus a 37 so far. What about these other spots? Minus 35. No, not quite there. And some of these tips of these other places. Ooh, what about this area? Minus 37 again. How about a minus 38? Come on, show me minus 38. Oh, darn it. Minus 37 is what I have got for there. I'm not seeing any minus 38s. What about this little spot? No, minus 36. All right, a minus 37 is what I've got there for our Canadian north. I think the rest is too pink to worry about. So I'm going to say minus 37 for our Arctic. And let's see what we can find for our Siberian or northern Russian area. We'll have to find a minus 50 or something. Minus 37, 38, 39, 39 degrees there, 39, 40, and there's a minus 40. Let's see if we can find a minus 41 right there. Yep, there's a minus 41. And let's see, minus 41 so far. Let's check these other little spots here. And sorry, I got an itchy back. There we go. Okay, I fixed that. Minus 41 so far. Let's see if we can find some colder spots. Minus 41, huh? All right. What about up here? And there's a nice cold spot. Minus 41. No 41s. 37 there, but that's no good. Zoom back out and go back over here. 39s. Oh, I didn't check this area here. Let's check these. Minus 37s. 38 there. Come on, show me a minus 42, please. I got minus 41. I need minus 42 is what we're hunting for. Not seeing that there. That's too warm. And that's all broken. And that's a minus 39. Minus 40. Yeah, we had minus 41 on the screen, so we'll have to live with that. Minus 39 again. 39. I'm gonna have to go with a minus 41 from the looks of things. A minus 39 right in there on the bottom edge there for a second. Let's take a look again here. 37, 36, 38. Nah, not gonna do it. Nope, not there, not there, not there. No, I think I'm gonna have to live with a minus 41. That is all I can find in the northern areas of Russia. So, yeah, that was down in here somewhere. Wherever it was, a minus 41. Where'd you go? We had it here, though, so we can always replay that. That's a nice thing about doing it on video. You can't lie. So, what? I make it a tie. Is that a bow tie or what kind of a tie? Anyway, that looks okay. If it's a tie. How did we, let's see, Sue found, okay, so she found she found 73, minus 73 in Antarctica. I only found minus 72, and I found a minus 53 in Greenland. She found a minus 52. We tied in the Canadian Arctic, and we tied in Siberia. So it's a bow tie. Okay, as long as it's a bow tie, and we're all good. And Sue is going to go feed the wonderful animals, and we'll leave it at that. Speaking of feeding animals, we have 2 bunnies in Bunnyland eating. Well, one bunny is eating, the other one is sitting, doing a guard thing. Oh, that bunny just took off, the one that was eating. So, yeah, there were 2 bunnies at 20:52. If I still see the one. So that's all cool. Alrighty, it's a tie today, so that is excellent. And awesome stream today. For those good people who are still here, if you haven't hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing. That'd be awesome as well. And on that friendly note, it's time to wrap it up. Thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas. Thank you, moderators. A big thank you to Sue, the one with the British accent, the refined bit British accent. And thank you, Sue, for your input and your help. And that is all awesome. And Sue will be going on vacation for a little while in the near future, so we'll lose her for a little while, but that's okay. We can make things happen. We might have to make Sharon Stewart be the cold weather hunter, and see what happens. Anyway, thank you for all your assistance, everyone, and Sharon Stewart. I appreciate you keeping a score there. Big thank you goes out to our wonderful super chatters for today. And we only had the 2, but that is from Piggy and from Oz. Thank you very kindly, both of you, for the super chats. That is awesome. And on those friendly notes, big thank you to each and every one. I'm out of practice of searching the maps. I will adapt. Well, you got a little bit of time there, a few days yet to practice there, Sharon, and that'll be awesome. Oh, I see Mona Lisa Smiles is also here. Welcome, Mona Lisa, and glad to have you on board. And a very good night to you as well. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to all the members. Thanks to everyone, and appreciate all of you. On those friendly notes, it's time to wrap it up. And take care, everyone. Be good, be kind, and stay safe. And most of all, what I always say, please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow evening. Have a good night, and we'll try to see what happens. Maybe we can get a volcano going. Good night, everyone. Oink, oink.